have to say that we got a report from Crystal. We don't know what you're talking about. All right, so their report is going to go. FBI complaint for tonight. I took the time to wrote it, and I almost wrote up my whole entire notebook, and I'm still not done. But let's start with uh, today. All right, I am. Let's start. Let me get to where I'm at. All right, so trying to say it. All right, so I wonder if I should start. I'm gonna start just reading my some of my notes for the day, not all of them. So we have Amazon reduced rates on young accounts. That is a thing. So when you go to Amazon and order something, it says, "Would you like to be have a student account?" That's a link. Time changes and it links in Georgia. They change my time overnight, so I am never, hardly ever, in the right time zone or uh, with the right time. It changes between 1 to 2 hours every day and every night. Daycare and schools are a big link, and they only come into physical play when the law is angry with me. They're always in the works, but they come into play immediately when the law gets angry. Schools and daycares are associated with the revenge plot. It is also associated with children that I don't have. The law has given me extra children, including a daughter. Build and link this with postpartum depression. All rods are linked to one or more of the following: murder plot, employment, drugs, taxes, kids, and vehicles and locations. Every state is at least two other states. Example: Bowling Green, Kentucky stages for Ohio, New York, Alabama, Georgia, and some other countries, other states. I think California is one. The states are blended over Wi Fi, street names, and environmental factors like grocery stores. All rides are out of time and the date. They are swapped with foreign men, taxis, and airport rides. Google is never in my current location on all three devices. Um, who named the Wi Fi in the car? I never did. It was already named, so that lets you know the car wasn't new. It was already named, and Steve Raymond Chevrolet never called me back today. All locations are swapped with Latinos and young people. Cash bills link ATMs, purchases, and counterfeiting, not associated with Instagram or TikTok. Juan is a fictitious character created by law. The FBI made me a Latino to deport me. Hence, immigration services are heavily involved and are linked. Jacqueline Carr and Cora Jakes are identity swaps that are created by law. Do not click on reels. The law says whatever they want to say over reels. And if they, let's say they want to restage a conversation with me and Ketchup, they will use a reel. For example, they used a couple to go to Hobby Lobby to buy pillows that they wanted to cover with the pillows that I had went and bought for Hobby uh, Goodwill. That night I came home and they created a reel that made the pillows come from Hobby Lobby. Um, Someone in Bowling Green is still playing the role of Ketchup, probably in one of these apartments, because the law lives in every single one of them, and every single one of them swaps uh, environmentally with the other, since they all look alike in the inside. The law retaliates with kids in schools. They told me that they are going to make me a child molester to get beat up every day in a man's jail because they made me a male, not a female. Um, so the notes started back at 4:59. I just got back home. I was coming home for the day, but when I got here, the law sent a Lyft ride for Albert. I took him to work and they went absolutely nuts. I stopped at Popeyes and they turned the internet off. It didn't come back on till I got back to Chandler and Cave Mill. Now on Chandler, there's an agent on one side and a bunch of people at Chandler and the nursing home. And there's also on the right. So they have both sides of what is that? What road is that? Cave Mill, uh, pretty much locked down on both sides. Living in the apartments, working at the nursing home, at the hotel, and then in Cave Mill. Stopped at, I got to Chandler and Cave Mill. They were swapping out the SIMs. They put mobile data on the LG phone, so I had to manually record myself coming home. I just got here. Okay, so what that means is when I left from dropping off the Scout, I record on the LG stylus phone. That phone is just Wi-Fi that connects in the car, but the car is connected through somebody else. So basically, what they did was cut the Wi-Fi off there because they had put the service on this phone. So since they had put the service on this phone, what they wanted me to do was go in and manually connect my backup Wi-Fi to that phone to cross over with that. I didn't do that. I just left it off and just went and recorded myself coming back, which is better because having the hard copy, I could just upload to YouTube. Now, they will block it by all means. They will not let anything be seen that is going to override with the garbage that they are making. For example, I'm home right now and I'm in my room and I'm on Wi Fi. The law will not let this be seen. So it wasn't a good day. The law was very annoying. They poisoned my only meal today. I ate Popeyes, but it was okay. It's okay. It's time to just tell everything. Well, that's kind of impossible because he did too much. He refers to the law. Popeyes is is linked in two positions: prepaid cards, gay men, male and female. The little girl up there with the afro works for the law. They have a blue Tesla in Georgia. It is a management position that provides access to pay cards and time theft. Um, so basically, what that means is the law is a manager at Popeyes. And so the manager rolls into the position of issuing pay cards, prepaid cards to imaginary people that don't really work there, and loading up time on those cards and then giving those cards out. That's the scam that they got going on up there at Popeyes in Georgia that the law made me a part of with 3889, which is in network, and it is Eric. The law works at KFC too and Popeyes. They are both male and female. It's two at least at both of them. Tractor trailers continue to follow me. This is how drugs get around, especially with FedEx and UPS. All right, so some of the bank numbers that I've seen lately that we're using is 1067. This is going to be Wells Fargo, 3770 4293 6420 0643 2976 0114 2982 6412 2346 2246 1954 8274 9645 4759 0174 0135 6289 0172 4996 1950 9949 2007 and 200. And I want to add one that I didn't write, 2500. That's important. 2500. Now, every one of these numbers that I just read go to a profile. And each profile has a place to live. They have this card and they have a job or some form of employment of how money is dispensed to that card. Um, and then I listed a bunch of locations where the law lives. Creekwood, Riverton, Merway, Cumberland Trace, Mel Browning, Shive Lane, Cave Mill Station, Chestnut Street, Stubbing Street, Park Street, the Registry, the Adler, Cave Springs, Sunway, Western Street, Whispering Hills, Robin Road, Crescent Street, Holiday Inn. Um, it's just a few. They also live, the registry is linked to students, student housing, fucking with young children, barely legal, if they even legal. All riders ride under the same account. The law is multiple profiles here at this location, referring to the registry. Um, link IRS special procedures. Link photo with catch-up social security number and hyperlinked routing numbers. All banks have a different routing number so that when agents come in contact with the number, they know where to send the money to. So, example, Money Network, no, can't use that one. Let's say Sonesta Bank and it ends in 9894, and the routing number will be to New York, but the account number will be opened at Georgia Bank. That's the way they work. All banks are hyperlinked with the following. All bank numbers have cousins. That's the best way to say it. So if you have a bank debit card number that ends in 1214, what the law is going to do is they're going to take 1214 and it's going to be divided like this. So you have 1214 is your bank. And so they're going to have 0214 as the phone. And that's going to go to Cash App. And then they're going to have a credit card, and it's going to be 1211. And that's going to be the credit card. And then they're going to have a prepaid card, and that's going to be 1215. And that's going to be your prepaid card. Now, what I did was I put this in a series so you could see how this is done both ways. So they will say 1214 is the debit. All right. So Cash App is going to be 0214. When really, seriously, Cash App could just be the last two. It does not have to be 4. So, or 3. So how you look at it is you take 1214, cross out the 0 on the second number, because on a bank statement, the only thing that shows is 3 numbers. Hardly ever is it 4. So the law only needs 3 numbers. So it doesn't need the 0 in the front. So we just got 214 and 214. So on a bank statement, it'll both show 214, 214, but that's not the same. So on the next, cross it out, in the back is 1211. So you're going to cross out the last number, and 121, 121, they look just alike. Same thing with the prepaid card. 1215, cross off the 5, 121, 121, they're still the same. So these banks all collaborate with these profiles. So you have a debit card, you have a Cash App card, you have a credit card, and you have a prepaid card. You will also probably have a food stamp card. Yes. So the food stamp card will be 1219. And that's your food stamps. And then if you want, let's say if you want Um, what other card you get? It's all going to be the same. So I did enough. That's 5 to prove the point. So food stamp card is going to be hyperlinked to this too. And now what's going to happen is every time you go into the store, the law is watching. So they're watching electronically. So when you go to go to Kroger, they will tell Maria to go to Kroger in uh, in Georgia. So you're both at Kroger. Your card is not my card is not going to follow all of the prompts on the prompter. It's not going to say what is your pin. It's not. It's just going to strictly move through everything and say approved. This is because it has been swapped with Maria's food stamps. Now, what's going to happen is the law is going to move the transaction from where it's coming from the debit card, and they're going to move it to the account number from the food stamps, and they're going to take the money off that way. This is why it's important to understand for different reasons the different ways you can use your card. You can slide, you can tap, and you can insert. If you tap your card, the law is going to take that transaction and they're going to link it to an account number. They are not going to link it to the card, the physical card that you're using. They're going to link it to an account number that is associated with one of these hyperlinked cards. If you use it that way, what they're going to do is they're going to implement another card and they're going to make the account number the last 4 of your debit. This way, you are always in link with your swapper. Now, going back to, and this is the bank's fault because they don't give you no information about that. All banks are hyperlinked with the following: food stamps, disabilities, prepaid cards, Cash App is the chief. All income deposits here. Everything. All of your, and that's because the law doesn't need to go in person to get that. They love Cash App because it's trash. You put your money in there and you just move it all around everywhere you want it to go. And it goes over a phone. So it's wonderful for them because you're linking money over a device. All banks use the wrong routing number. This is where the swapper lives and links. So if Maria is living in Chicago, then your bank routing number is going to go there. The rent office only accepts payments that link. 90% of the names are from 2004 at the Green Zone, Washington. The Atler is cross-linked with many states, including Nashville. Link money orders and certified cashier checks. So every time I go in there to pay my rent, they got a new rule that ain't never written nowhere. You don't get no notice. It's just only for me. Only for me because I'm a part of the operation. It's not for anybody else. I could sue them for that. But I don't be worried about doing that because black people can't go to court, so you're just wasting your time. And I know that anything that they say in there comes directly from the federal government. So it's no sense in arguing with nothing. Just take it and shut up and just do whatever they say because you don't have absolutely no win. Whatever they say is what it is. One Monday they say, "Oh, we're not taking money orders," and Tuesday they say, "Oh, has to be cashier's checks." Wednesday they say, "Oh, you can only pay." Everything changes every single week. Nothing is consistent, and that's because the law makes the evidence based on what they need to build. So if they need money orders because Gwanda went and got a money order, they'll say, "Oh, we're only taking money orders this week." That's so you could go to the store and get a money order to swap with Gwanda. After you swap out their transaction, then they'll come back and say, "Oh, you can totally pay online now. We fixed it. Everything is working." Then you pay online. Just pay online because Gwanda paid her rent online. Once you pay online, they're going to come back and say, "Oh, we got to have cashier's checks again. I don't know. We're working on our system." They only change to what they need to build, period. All banks are linked to Latino income, cleaning services, dump trucks, lawn care, flower shops. The key word there is flower. Construction workers, aka Marie and Christian. I am all Curtis profiles. Take apart all recordings. These are hyperlinked with two links combined. The swapper must watch and record to link a device. So I'm on live right now. So is the swapper's device. Money transfers. This is what that links to. Also, FaceTime calls, all of that. Uber and Lyft both collaborate and use the same narrative. Drugs profiles, all states linked with the same names: Christian, Marie, um, Eric, Chris, Anna. All names are the same in order. You do whatever names I did here for Lyft today, you do those same routes tomorrow in Nashville. Same names, same streets, same everything. Uber and Lyft, the names are erased and rewritten. So they may add anything because the names are not real. So today I did a ride for, I didn't do a ride for Anna. Tomorrow they will make it Christiana. They just write dumb stuff because the names aren't real. The people not real. The people don't even half know where they're going. They get in the car and I just test them sometimes and say, should I go left or right? And they said, they don't know where they're going because they're paid to get in the car and ride and get in there and hook up to the Wi-Fi and go ahead and send money and transfers and text people. They don't know where they're going. They don't care where they're going, and they really don't want to deviate from the route because they know that the FBI has created the route. So they don't want to say, oh, it's best to go right because they are trained. Don't say anything other than what we told you. So if you say, should I go left or right to get to your house? They sit back there and act retarded. They have no idea where they're going, and they don't want to mess up the operation because the FBI has you, instead of you going straight down the road and turn right to his house, they have you go left, bend this corner. They're having you do two routes in one. So you could do the route that you're doing with the person that's on the match and then do the route that you're doing with him. So as soon as you take this ride and it's saying, all right, and it rings to you, ding, 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 it ding, 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 take the route. Once you take the route, what's going to happen, this is what's going to happen. You ring, ding, 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 accept Maria's route for 0.3 miles away, 1 mile dropping her off. All right, once you do that, they're going to make you turn around so that it's not 0.3. The 0.3 was to the person that's being you. You are the route that's going to have to be rerouted. So they're going to act like you passed it. Oh, you passed it. You didn't pass it. The 0.3 was to the person that's being you on the other street. Now, you finna accept that, and then once you accept that route, what's going to happen is they're going to immediately, once you get there to pick her up, they're going to ding, 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 here come another ride. Here comes Stacy. Once you go in and accept to click Stacy, that's giving him on the other street permission to go. You're both going at the same time. Now, what you're gonna do is once you get, they're gonna lead you to where he's going. They're gonna let him get a little bit before you so you can't see him. So you following him, he going to drop off. He going 1 mile too. Same thing that you going. And so when you go to drop this person off, that ride is just gonna fall off. But once it falls off, as soon as you drop that person off, his ride gonna fall off and tip gonna appear at the top of your screen. That's not a tip. That's his ride paid on your screen for what you just done. You didn't go straight down and drop her off. You did his route and you came around and you dropped them off. So instead of that 1 mile that you should have done, you did 2.5. You did his route and you did hers. And they're going to make you feel like you did 2.5 because you had to turn around. No, I did 2.5 because that wasn't the route. That's how it's made. Now, what they're going to do is once you get past his route, or get on his route, Uber is going to read all of his directions, not yours. When you get reading his, they're going to say, turn left on Palestine Drive. Turn left on Motojito Street. They're reading his directions. Those aren't yours. Once they get to yours, they're going to say, turn right, turn left, turn this. That's his. They're reading his stuff out from his phone. So once you do that, you're also going to go to his drop-off location, not yours. That's why with Uber, you can never see the drop-off location up front because they're going to change it. So as soon as you drop off Stacy, his ride going to fall off. When his ride fall off, you're not even going to see it anymore. That means he wanted access to you to ride with you until you got done. Now, once you drop her off, now you're going to look at the phone. Ain't no other ride going to be there. Then it's going to accept another ride. Now it's going to say, to make it all fit, it's going to say, ding, 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 Motojito on accept. Accept Motojito ride. When you accept Motojito ride, 2 seconds later, it's going to say ride or cancel. That is, you accepted both rides. You did both and you got paid. There you go. And they do that all day. This is to link you with the vehicle, and this is to link you with taxes. Now, the reason they want to do that is because the IRS is going to come back and say, you owe us taxes for all of the rides that the man does, because they get paid more than me because they're feds and they don't have the box on their account like I do. And they get money because they can, and they make the rides anyway. So they get paid way more than I do. I don't get paid. My rides are generally, in general, not over $10 for the most part. Not over that. They're real cheap. So it's I gotta really have been real good and like not said anything like in some days. I don't mean like one day. I mean like a couple of days. Like I gotta be like real good, and they'll give me like a $24 ride, and I gotta be real good to get that. And they still might make it 45 minutes, and they still might make it a child. But if I do real good and don't say anything and don't write that much, they will do like a $23 ride, and then they might make it like a couple of miles, but put it in rush traffic so that it'll take a long time. But if they do that, it's still going to be because they're going to put it on like a Sunday for Clarksville to make it on the route where Ketchup used to go to church, because they still make those Clarksville routes every day. So that's how they'll do it. So you could do the we'll give you a $24 route, and we'll make it about the time that it would take to get to church, for Ketchup to get to church, and then we'll do it like that. And so that's the way they'll do it. So the routes that is how the routes work, and they're called matches. So the next thing is Uber and Lyft. The names are erased. They are rides completed by the swapper. Witches that work witchcraft work with the law. The law has hired them. They live around me. They live in this building. They live in the other buildings. They live everywhere. The law stages all buildings. Anybody that lives around me has to go through the office. So the law has to approve who lives here. And that's why when I moved in this building, but one thing left. They had already had put everybody in the buildings where they wanted them to go. Witches have distinctive features. So you're looking for roosters, excessive candles, stars, cats, all that. The law furnishes all of that for them. What they do for the law is they get recorded working spells that the law know that junk ain't gonna work. So they get recorded working spells, but the law does the poison to over, kind of like you be the front for what I'm doing. So I'm going to make her sick tonight and I'm going to blow gas through that vent. I want you to work a spell tonight for what I'm doing so that I can record that you doing this to her and not me. That's what they do. And they get paid. They pay their rent, cars, all of it. The FBI has had them around me since um, they had them around me at 4436 Bronson Street. They put them around me at, they put two around me at 1517 Bethesda Road. They put one around me at 50 Adams Lake. They put one around me here. And they put one around me periodically in my cars when I go out to ride. So I have to pray all day. That's probably what that girl dropped in that seat in the floor yesterday, all that grounded up stuff. I don't know what that was that she had, because they had white stuff mixed in with it. I don't know what that junk was, but they definitely put them in the car. You just really have to pray because they're definitely evil. All apartments swap, student housing and house staging. Vehicles, including boats, are staged by law enforcement, and they have a boat house at Lake Lanier in Georgia. The house has a houseboat. Drugs and money laundering dominate the plot, but there is room for terrorism and murder. There is no other purpose for the staging of evil. The law stages carry events. The last 2 weeks, the law keeps a staged scene on the road. Wrecks have no passengers. It's just you just see cars just piled up on the side of the road. Ain't nobody in none of them. They do this to link other states where there could be a wreck or where something is going on. The streets are very quiet here in Bowling Green, but not since the operation took precedence here. The bike scene was staged. The video was edited. I just didn't say nothing about it. The law turned off my live seconds before the motorcycle fell over. Literally, I was coming down Small House Road, and about 2 seconds before I got down there, the video started spinning, YouTube. And when I seen that, I said, get your phone. I got my phone and started recording, and there was the law staging the event. They said the girls did a spin because if you look at where the motorcycle was in the street, follow the video and get a forensic expert to look at the video. You couldn't have failed. If you're coming down the road, if I'm coming down on the right this way, you coming down on the left this way, even if you fail, you couldn't fall over here, turn this way. What I saw her do was take her leg, she spent that bike. And when she spent that bike, they laid over. You didn't fall, you laid over. And when you laid over there, they got up, the man laid out, the law cut the video off and cut that part out. Other than that, why was that part cut out? I saw the girl put her leg there and spin that bike. And then they laid over. They took all that out. I just didn't say nothing about it. Because, number one, I don't want to have the riffraff with the law is on the bike. I don't want to have the issues with whatever. I just was glad that it's recorded. I wrote it in my notebook, and I know that it's a link. Other than that, they wouldn't have done it. So when I went back and looked at the video from that night, I said, I don't see where the girl fell. I don't see that at all because they took it out. So I don't see where I was actually a little further back when I started recording too. I said, I ain't gonna worry about it. As long as I know you edited the vehicle, then I edited the video, then I know something's wrong with it. Because if you didn't edit, if you didn't need the video, you wouldn't edit it. I can't think of a reason why you would edit the vehicle if you didn't stage it. Everybody got up. There was no blood anywhere, nowhere, which was also unusual. So I said, not gonna worry about it. So I recorded it. So it links to a convo that Ketchup had when I was in California. Ketchup said that he watched somebody die on a motorcycle in front of him in a wreck. So and that has a link. That's many links. All right, so we're still working with fake identification cards. That's still a problem. When people get in the car with takeout plates, this is drugs. So people get in there. I seen a man the other night get in there. The plate was just as empty as you wanted. You could hear that the plate was empty because it wasn't solid. When he got in the car, you could just hear the echo in the plate. It was empty. So he got in there just to hold it, and he had a serious, nasty attitude. He was very angry. Drugs are linked to flowers, barbecue, potatoes, and ice cream. All of my rides go to criminal links created by the law: drugs, houses to pick up drugs, and drop off drugs. Hospitals link cancer, and this is a part of the kill off plot. So, all day, for the most part, you go to barbecue places, um, pick up drugs from smoke shops, back to the ghetto to drop them off, back on the other side of town to another smoke shop, back to drop it off. It doesn't matter who the person is. They will put somebody 95 in there. But at the end of the day, are you still passing Chestnut Street? Yep, that's all they need. We don't care who's in the car. We need you to pass Chestnut Street at 12:05 because we got somebody meeting you over there to get a pound of weed. Is that happening? No. But is it happening in the vehicle that you're swapped with? Absolutely. And the law is over there. So we need you to go over there at 12:05, and we're going to call you from the number of the person that we got over there. But we just need you to pass Chestnut Street at 12:05, and we will hold all of the lights until you get there at 12:05 because they will do that. Anytime they're at Walgreens, bet your amount of money. Watch my actions from here on out. When you get to Walgreens, they're going to turn that light red and they're going to hold it. Just like, where did I go today? And they held that light, and I said, oh, where was I today? And I told that girl, why is they holding that light? Oh, yesterday at Mel Brown. And I said, oh my God, Jesus, please make them turn the light. I was about to have a conniption. I wanted to get out of there. I was in an electronic web. I wanted to get out of it. And I knew that they were swapping. So I said, oh my God, Jesus, please make them turn this light. They would not turn that light. They won't turn the light until the person that is tapping gets done at the register. Everybody is on cue. This is all about time and prompting. This is not just at random. Oh no, this is very, very, very organized. Very organized. We got the cashier, we got the person in there. All right, here she comes. And they have the ability to hold it until it's perfect because they will run the light. They'll hold it. So they will say, all right, here she comes. The other person will be like, hold on, I ain't got that yet. All right, well, hold on. We just going to hold the light before Mel Browning. Or when you get to Mel Browning, don't come out yet because he's still getting his gas and he ain't got to the store yet to get the gas, or he ain't paid for his stuff yet. He ain't finished pumping. So wait. So she'll wait in the inside, in-town suites. And then he'll call and say, all right, he almost done. I'll tell you when to walk out. All right, walk out. She gonna walk out and get in the car. When she walk out and get in the car, you swipe to go in. He may be at the store swiping cash out to pay somebody for weed. So the swipes, everything is identical and done purposely. There's nothing being done coincidentally right now. Everybody is moving in a close operation. It is very detail oriented. You cannot move without the master's permission. That's why when I be asking the people just at random, When they get an Uber and I say it's messing up, should I go left or right? They don't know. They're not allowed to say, and we can't go against the script because I don't know why no, but he's sending you this way. You got to follow that. So they sit back there and they act retarded. And when I know that, I just look and say to myself, stupid, ugly, retarded, dumb dog. So the FBI is no longer working alone. However, other agencies don't go to court. So you're never going to hear about these other agencies in court because that's not what they do for a living. I am hunted and up by 5 federal agencies. The police is not responsible for this at all. They are not even smart enough for this kind of operation. They wouldn't know what to do with this at all. It is the FBI and the Internal Revenue Service and other agencies that are helping them. Um, Going to work is tough. I like the job, but I get set up all day. I go to different parts of town that look like different states. The phone holder has been turned into a pistol. These are just random notes. So when I get in the car, some days, like the other day, the law had taken the phone holder down. This is to look like you picking up a gun on the seat and you putting it somewhere. So that's what they had did the other day. So anything that they could use to look like something else. Now, while you're going to sleep, they will have went over, got ketchup, Gwanda, a Mexican, anybody while I'm asleep, and they go in the vehicle and they use the car at night. They drive it, all of it. It's nothing but a system. So they just reset the miles back to where they were and close up the car. Sometimes they lock it and sometimes they don't. And get out and put kids in it and take pictures and get out. So that's what that is. So that happens every day, every single night, every night. Not one night it doesn't. That's why Roku, they turn it off at night. I go to different parts of town that look like different states. The phone holder has been turned into a pistol. The law has me with a Glock that looks identical to the police. This is multiple times that I have seen this. The rides staged in Kentucky and Tennessee link smoke shops and drop offs. Every single ride is staged by law. The time is backed during COVID. They took all live programming off the TV. I don't get to watch anything in 2026. Nothing. Not one thing. I can only watch old movies, no new dates whatsoever, only COVID times. The car was an old rental. It is not a 2025. Hence, it has old keys. When you Google the Chevrolet Trax online and the key to it, the key fob, that is not the key that I got. They gave me the key to what Ketchup got, the 2016 Chevrolet, because they're still driving the 2016 Chevrolet. And it went to a boy in Alabama that had long dreads that lived in the building of Lake Ridge Parkway, and he was from Alabama, and he sold weed over Cash App. And so that is why they gave me that key. The Chevrolet Track links to multiple colors. It's a van swap, it's a rental, it goes to multiple banks, and the payment for the car links to a bank and a mortgage. The law lives in the house and links over Wi-Fi. Cleaning credit is not true. I've never had my let me see. It went off, and I should have plenty of video storage now. Let's see. Okay, cleaning credit. Let me go back to read that last part. The Chevrolet Trax links to multiple colors. It's a van swap, it's a rental, it links to multiple banks. The payment for the car links to a bank and a mortgage. The law lives in the house and it links over Wi Fi. Cleaning credit or my background is a lie. This is not true. This is something new they start putting on YouTube to justify how I got a job. at a bank, which I never had. This links to the false associating with working at a bank. I swap with multiple bank employees, and they also ride on Lyft and Uber to give me access to their phone numbers, to give me access to their information. This is a major link. Molestation is a fallback charge and it is active. The law be asking on a slick note if I ever babysat any kids. Example, made for kidsy was added to my credit report by the FBI. Fucking kids is a major link. All kids that sit in the car come with no car seat and they are staged behind me. In retaliation, the FBI told everybody that I like kids. It's okay, all of their cars are staged outside. It's more cars here than at their office. So, what Made for Kidsy is Easter had a job, a business called Made for Kids. And I used to keep Dana Aberson's son, which was two doctors that lived at 15 Bristlecone Way in Augusta, Georgia, in the neighborhood of Conifer Place. So you go in the neighborhood in Conifer Place off of uh, Walton Way Extension, turn in the neighborhood, go all the way down, turn left, and have a little, it's a circle. So you have to turn up and then you have to come back down. And when you come back down, Mr. and Mrs. Aberson live on the right hand side. And their address was 15 Bristlecone Way in Conifer Place, Georgia. And I used to keep her son, and I kept him for about 3 days, and Easter got me fired. It could have been a week, but Easter got me fired because the lady told me that that she was gonna be home one day and didn't need me for one day, and so she was gonna give me $45 instead, and so I got mad because I wanted my whole 60. So because she paid me $60 for 3 days to come from I think 1 o'clock to 5 when she got off. And her little boy was about 2 or 3 years old. I think his name probably was Adam or something like that. He was like 2 or 3 years old. And it was so boring in the house. They was rich, but the house was super boring. I really understood how boring white people is. It was boring. So I just used to sit in the phone and talk to Red, sit on the phone and talk to Red all day, and um, because that's who I was going with, and play music and watch videos. That was it. The little boy used to be asleep. He used to wear the same clothes every single day. Um, and I didn't have nothing to do. When I got over there, he was asleep. When he get up, she would be done told me what to make. I would make it, and then that was it. And by that time, um, she coming home. If I had to change his diaper, I did that, and that was that. So I got mad that she wasn't going to give me the $20. So when I got mad, I called Easter. Easter called her, and Easter said, "We have a contract that you have to pay her the $60 no matter what. That's a contracted amount." So her and Easter got into it on the phone. She told Easter, "Well, how about I just give her the $20 and then I'll just find somebody else." And I was like, "Oh my God." So mommy came to pick me up that day, and that was it. Never went back. So they have Made for Kids on my credit report to this day, and I am 49 years old. And I had that job when I was at Glen Hills High School, 16 years old. I was able to leave school early if you got a job. And so I could leave school at 1 o'clock, and I went over there to go to work and work to 5. And they still have that on my credit report. It's not even the same name. And I'm 49 years old. And I was 16 years old when I had that job. And I remember every single aspect about it. And here it is. I'm this old. They keep turning my thing off. Hold on, let me make sure I got plenty. Because I had like 16 gigabytes of storage. I think they're cutting and pasting with my videos. Let's see, because that should not be all gone. Let's see. All right, so 2, April 15th, 7/28. All right, so okay. I feel like this one go. Um, all right, so all right. So now let me go back into here, video, and here we go. Okay, so um, she fired me, and it is still on my credit report. It wasn't on my credit report. It came on my credit report after this operation. After I called the FBI in 2020 when I made that complaint. They put it on my credit then. It wasn't on there before then. And they went and put it back on there, and you can't dispute it. You can't do anything. So, kids is a major part. If you don't believe it, look at my notebook. Every time I write anything about them, that's the next place you're gonna go pick up somebody, a school. So, um, let's see. Car dealerships is um is big too. Um, car dealerships is big, and Uber is a fleet, and it goes to business credit cards and debit cards. That's why they won't let me file my taxes unless I file as a transportation company because that's what they have. So Uber and Lyft won't give me a 1099 because the law has backdated the rides. That's why you don't never get I don't ever get rated because the rides are old. They've already been done. And so since they've already been done before, there is, I don't get rated. And so it goes back into an account that men have already done. Um, Going to work is um, a lot of anxiety. Some mornings it is not so bad because I go to work, and if I haven't talked at all, then they will still be mean, but they will only send me to routes that have drugs, but they will put majority of white people in the car to do the rides. But when I have done bad, like I am today, um, they will put thug-looking people in the car. They will add more anxiety to the rides. They will put more hearses, fire trucks, funeral homes, tow trucks, tire, um, uh, uh, um, people with tires. They burn up cars. They will ambulances, um, vans. That's what they put on the road when they're angry. Immediately, they're waiting to be dispatched. They already know what's going on. As soon as you start writing, there they go. They're going to crank up and come on, roll out. It's like they're sitting there. How I park and sit and wait on a lift ride, that's how they park and sit and wait on you to start talking shit. And then they roll out immediately. They do not hesitate. They follow me everywhere I go. As soon as you start writing in that notebook, here he comes. He's going to roll out. And you be like, how did he get here so fast? He was already there. He was already there. They already be there, waiting for me to start talking trash. Now, what makes me start talking trash? Dumb routes. I hate the routes, the gotcha routes. And they do them every day, all day. Some days, I ain't gonna lie, I honestly don't care. When I get a break and I stay out their face for a little while and they stay out of mine, I really don't care. I come in here and I'm in my house. I know they don't have me here. They stayed somewhere else. I don't be caring. Out of sight, out of mind. But when I go out and I've been had a couple of days to myself, I go out and I go to work, I can take it. On the days I don't work too much. I've been working almost every day. So I go out, and when I go out, they literally, they will do the dumb routes. So they will put you down to go right next door to a school. Then you go there, and then you go right next door to the school, and then they right next door. Then as soon as you pick the person up, they add the route. I can't stand the dumbness. Then you go and you do that. That person hang on the phone with you the whole time, and then when you drop the route, then they drop and say route or canceled. Then why was you on the phone that long? Now you could totally turn that to say, well, he's on the phone that long to swap and link the person that's in the car. I'm not giving him that. I'm not giving him that. Not giving him that. Not giving him that. Not giving him that at all. Because of the simple fact, it still shouldn't be done that way. I'm just not with all the swaps, period. Even the get me back swaps. I'm just not with all that swap and junk. But even if that was the case, that's still not the way you would do that. You would still have the person that is swap duplicating me. You would have that person taking the other person. I don't need to get the ding. Because this is all IP stuff that you just erasing right over anyway. So I'm not feeling none of that they saying. Those are lies. That's how I know they telling lies. Because I know how you make the false evidence. So you're lying. Because this is all erased and type over. So that's a lie. That's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. I have sat there and tried to come up with, no, it's no reason to abuse me and then say, you helping me. You're not helping me. You're lying. They're lying. They want you to be quiet because it's a trick until we get it done. And then when we get it done, all the white people will high five and say, we got it. No, they can't even wait until they actually get me in jail and they be actually sitting up there at the register. Gotcha. You ain't even got finished yet. What are you talking about? They be that excited about that. So no, they're not telling the truth. They're not telling the truth. They forget that. I thought you said I had a boyfriend and I was getting married. What happened to the rings being put on TV? Funny how they went away real fast. So no, I don't pay them no attention. They be lying. Anything to get you to be quiet while they do what they doing. And then when they get done or get think they done got something that they could use, then they be like, gotcha. You don't have anything. I'm still out. You have to lie all day. Don't forget that. You have to tell lies all day. And they do. All day long. Tell lies and swear they is doing the most. No, you're not. No, you're not. If anybody was that interested in me to my marriage, these feds that look at everything, that know everything, would definitely know that. And they would not be bothering me. Definitely wouldn't be threatening my life. So, no. White people are not divided. If this was like black people, then I would say totally possible. White people don't divide. They do not do that. If one of them do it, they all doing it. Now, is it possible that one could be, you know, really truly undercover? It's, I mean, of course, but that's not what this is. Because anybody can see what's going on. Even if you were undercover, you don't need me in the operation because she has been abused. So no operation goes beyond that point, and they don't forgot that. And the Lord told me that to tell them that the Lord said that's one of their rules. I didn't know that, but the Lord told me that no operation goes beyond somebody's safety and security, and they don't went well past that, and they feel like the safety and security is telling you to shut up. That's not safety and security. That's not safety and security when y'all know the well the air in this house is bad. That's not safety and security. Well, we told you to shut up, so we just letting it stay. No, that's not what that is. That is not what that is. What it is white people don't roll like that. This is a black girl, and she knows too much. And I know still more than I wrote. I just wrote all of the basic stuff, which is they got a car dealership. That's all them cars outside. The car dealership. They got uh, businesses. Businesses. That's what's the big thing. Businesses. And they want me to sit back and wait like they just while they set up other people. That's not the way that's supposed to go. They don't get no pass for that. That's not the way that's supposed to go. Because as soon as they get mad at me, they're not patient. They're not saying, oh, just hold on. No, they go straight to middle school at evil tags. So then you wasn't helping me at all. Because if you are, then you would have compassion and concern. When I posted that picture of that white man, that's when I got up and wasn't feeling good all the way since what it was Sunday, was it Saturday, whenever that was, Friday or Saturday, when I posted that white man, whatever the poison that they did to me that night for posting him online, they're gonna show you what was the boyfriend then. Where was he at? Taking a nap? So that's exactly what they did. And I posted that man on there and I said, "Where's the check?" They went on ahead and poisoned me that night. And ever since then, I felt very, very tired and don't remember nothing when I went to sleep that night. You would think that picture alone would say, we gonna have to meet her in the middle, do something to pay her for what we did. No, you don't care nothing about that. All right, let me post this online. Turn my phone off. I ain't got no calls today. Not even spam calls. All right, I'll be back. I gotta post this on YouTube. They will do like a. I just thought about it. When my tablet is running low, it'll tell me how many minutes I got, and it never did that. I mean, while I was recording, they was recording too with shared storage. Okay, so because it would tell me in red how many minutes I got, and it didn't do that.
public schools, they welcome to. Oh, Ava.
Okay, so I ate Popeyes and I drank water that I also got from Popeyes. And the back of my head is hurting. So I'm about to go take a bath because I gotta do my finances. I really can't. Don't need to be taking no days off. But I really need a break from the law. Yeah, aggravated.
Today is April. I'm supposed to call your fam. Supposed to call your family. Okay, so look. How do you make gravy from scratch?
Okay.